Good morning to all the new PhD students. I'm Frédéric Huginsland. I'm from Collège Doctoral. I'm in charge of international and socio-economic relations. And we are glad, very happy to welcome you, even if it's in live, online. Today to start with Professor Joël Cuggen. Professor, can you introduce yourself in a few words?
Yeah, thank you, Frédéric. Good morning to all of you. I am Joël Cuggen. I am the director of the Doctoral College Lille, North Europe. I am also deputy director of the Doctoral School Sciences of Matter, Radiation and Environment. And I am also a researcher, and my research activities are carried out in a research unit associated with the CNRS, Evolution Paleontology Ecology Laboratory. And this laboratory is located on Cité Scientifique Campus in Villeneuve-d'Ascq. Today I'm very, very happy to welcome you for this edition of PhD Welcome. As you know, we are living in very particular sanitary conditions, which do not allow us to meet you face to face and to share this event with you with a more convivial way. But we have made many efforts to ensure that the edition can take place and the best conditions despite the distance imposed by the circumstances. I hope that your technical conditions of connection are good and that you will be able to follow this program during this morning as satisfactorily as possible.
Thank you. So we have a speaker after you that will talk about Collège Doctoral, but can you give us the main missions of Collège Doctoral?
Yes, of course. Maybe the Collège Doctoral is rather new for you, so I can explain a little bit, and my colleague will explain more with more details. The Doctoral College implements its actions alongside with the 6 doctoral schools to support you all along your doctoral program with 3 main missions. The first one is to set professional training courses focused mainly on the socio-economic world and the pursuit of the doctoral student careers. The second mission is to support international mobility, especially outgoing mobility, and the hosting of visiting professors for doctoral seminars. And thirdly, more generally, we are working for the promotion of the PhD in the socio-economic world.
Okay. And what would you like to say to our new PhD students? Why are they so important for us, for the university?
Yes, I'm very glad to welcome you. I think that PhD students are very important for university because you represent the driving forces of scientific research. And without you, research units cannot produce knowledge and innovation. That's why we are very interested to ensure that your doctorate is carried out in very good conditions and that you can acquire many skills, in particular transferable skills, during your career that will be useful for your further employment.
Okay, and today, so we had to change our plans because of COVID.
Yes.
We have a very busy morning. And could you present this morning's program?
Yes, as you know, the program will be taken in two days. First morning today with a general and technical presentation and a roundtable, and a second day that we hope will be face-to-face after the problem we have actually, where you will be able to meet each other, to share your experiences, and to discover the city of Lille and maybe share a meal in a typical restaurant of the region. So it's not for now, it's for in January or February, as soon as possible. We will gather you for this second day. For this first day, as Frédéric said, the program is quite dense. We have, you have it on the screen. My colleague Kamal Mimouni, which is the Deputy Director of the Doctoral College, will present you the main characteristics of the French university system, the regional context, the main stage of the development of a thesis, and above all, what everything that the doctoral college can do for you to best support you during your thesis. And it's very important. You will see we have a very heavy doctoral program for you. After, the Bernard Grégory Association will then talk to you about the specificity of the employment of foreign doctoral students in France. After, you will then be given a presentation of the tools at your disposal, your access, French as a foreign language, and issues relating to social protection and health insurance. After, you will have a roundtable discussion with international doctoral students who have been in France for a longer period of time, and they will share with you their own experience. And finally, we will have the consulate team, which will give you a presentation of the structure they run, focus on the development of the potential of doctoral students in the consulting profession, and they will explain you the possibilities offered to become involved in consulting. And we expect that the session of this morning will end at around 12:45.
I will do my best for this to end
Yes,
on
yes,
time.
yes. we will keep the time, I think.
Yes, I'm the timekeeper. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor Cuguen.
Thank you.
We will welcome now.
Okay.
Kamal
I wish you
Mimouni.
an excellent morning, and
Thank
I
you
hope
very much.
It will be good for the doctoral students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Good morning, Professor Kamal El Mimouni. So you are going to talk about PhD, all-around PhD, so the structure of doctoral program, what is doctoral college, and many other things about it. So you have a time limited. I will try to respect it. It's when you want. You can start.
Okay, thank you very much.
And maybe, oh yes, just a reminder, PhD students, so you can ask a question on the live chat. I will try to give them to the speakers as soon as I can. Maybe I will interrupt them in your presentation. Sorry for this. But you can ask questions on the chat, and I will take them as soon as I can. So.
Thank you very much for the introductions, and let me first welcome all the students that are seeing us in this morning session, and I will speak about the PhD and the PhD context in France especially, and it's not very easy things because there are different actors contributing to the PhD of the students. You know, there are laboratories, there are what we call, and what my colleague introduced, doctoral schools, academic institutions that are the universities and the school engineering that where the PhD students are registered to follow their PhD, and the doctoral college that is organizing this day. So the context and organization is quite complex, and I will try to explain that. And please feel free to ask by the chat all questions you have. So welcome to everybody. You arrived certainly because you apply for the PhD positions, and you contact the supervisor, and the supervisor allow you to make research in what we call the research unit. You have to know that you are approximately 2,700 in the north of France, in the region Hauts-de-France. So you are in a team of research, you are in a laboratory, and you are in doctoral school, and there a doctoral college that federates all these doctoral schools of the regional areas in Hauts-de-France. So you are here in French, and in French we make some system that is well known now in European region, what we call the LMD systems. So LMD means stands from bachelor to doctorate program, and there are some degrees that are recognized by all our European countries. And this diploma, bachelor, masters, and doctorate, are translated into European fines and called ECTS, European Credit Transfer System. And this kind of European exchange currency allows you to make exchange to go on other country, European country or European university, and you can do some stay there to make additional research or comments.
Professor, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you.
Right.
We have a technical problem. YouTube is locked down. We have only the sound, so we are going to take a break of 2-3 minutes, I hope not more, to try to launch it again.
Okay.
So we are going to be back in 2 or 3 minutes, I hope. So stay online. We are coming right now. Le montage. Sorry for this. So normally everything is good now. We are going to do it again. We are going to start from the beginning of the presentation. Sorry, Professor.
Okay.
You can start. They have normally the pictures now. So it's on you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to give me the opportunity to welcome again the PhD students for this session, this morning sessions. So I was talking about the regional PhD studies organization, and as I said, this is quite complex because different contexts, different actors are contributing to your PhD for your stay. That I hope it will be very interesting and very exciting years in your studies. The first actor is your team, your supervisor, and you do your research in a group in what we call the Research Unit in laboratory. And this laboratory is taking place between the laboratories of a doctoral school. The doctoral school federates one or more institutions up to the regional area according to their research thematic. For example, we can take an example of Sciences pour l'ingénieur, SPI, that referred by a unique number, 072, and gather all the engineering topics, chemistry, engineering, electronics, and also. And every doctoral school is dedicated to to very specified skills and topics. And then you have the doctoral college that federate all these doctoral schools. There are 6 doctoral schools, as I will present you in a few minutes. 3 of them are dedicated to science and engineering, and the third are dedicated to the humanities, law, social studies. So you are here in what we call the LMD systems. LMD stands from bachelor, master's, and doctorate programs. And there are 3 degrees. These 3 degrees are recognized by France, but also by at the European level. And these diplomas are translated into European funds called ECTS. These European credits are presented here. That allows you to make some exchange between the other universities in Europe, and you can continue, for example, your study in other European university. And each of 3 training cycles, bachelor, master, and doctorate, is declined in fields, marketing, for example, financial, and functions like product managers, business engineer, and also. So the French higher education system is presented here. Well, it's very small, so I don't know if you can see all the mentions here in this slide. But the most important things that they are the first degree bachelor, the second master's, and the doctorates that allow you to be here in this day. As I say, the LMD patterns was deployed by all European countries, and the aim is to harmonize the higher education systems in Europe. The goal of this approach are, as I said, to facilitate degree equivalence and transcript of record exchange at the international level, and to facilitate the mobility of students and their access to the job market in the political European area and more generally worldwide. The national PhD studies organizations, you prepare your PhD under the responsibility of a supervisors, which we call thesis supervisors, in the framework of Researcher Unite, as I said, integrated in a doctoral school. The duration of PhD are 3 years in experimental science, often a little bit longer in humanities, and the doctoral school gathered research teams from one or several higher research and development institutions around scientific topics. And the doctoral schools are identified with a unique number, as we see, for example, for SPA 072. Their numbers change with school merging, closure, and creations, because there are many movements in the formation of this laboratory. The PhD is also prepared for development career through training sessions, seminar and internshipships, and opening to the industrial world and other socio-economic actors. And as mentioned my colleague, the doctoral college will be a part of this development career for PhD. So the national PhD studies organizations begin by a mutual agreement between the PhD student and your supervisors. You know, you are in quite special situations because you are students, because you are in university or engineering school and you have an inscription, but you are as employer because you have a contract to do this research in some discipline and some doctoral school. So you have to, this contract, this agreement will stipulate the rights and duties, and the document is co-signed by the PhD students, the supervisor, the directors of the laboratory, and the doctoral school. So the duration is 3 years maximum. The 4th year is considered as exceptional and must be well motivated by supervisor. So 3 years is very fast, and so you have to take all advantages of these 3 years. The thesis defense, after 3 years of very interesting and exciting research, I hope for you, The preparation of the defense is quite things that necessitate your attentions, because you have to do that 7 weeks before the defense and prepare your manuscript. The thesis has to send to reviewers. The reviewers must be external to your institutions and generally external to the Région Hauts-de-France. The meaning of that is that the persons who are going to give evaluation of PhD must be an external persons and don't work with you in the same you are not involved in the same group, for example, or same collaborations. At least half of the jury for the PhD defense must be external to the home university and composed by professors or equivalents. 2 reviewers write a first report, given or not the formal authorizations to the defense to be held, and if he did, and if he's okay for the PhD defense, you can make the defense after the defense. And after the defense, the jury president writes another report in which he appreciated the quality of the presentations and the ability of the PhD student to answer to the questions. And you get, which I hope for everybody, your diploma just after. So let's come back to the region in which you came. We are in what we call the Hauts-de-France. We are on top of France. And this region is very interesting because it's very close to many other countries, European countries. You are very close to Belgium, are about 40 minutes from Amsterdam, 3 hours and a half from United Kingdom, and this is make you possibility to make some interactions with universities that can be, and institutions that are in this European area. So the region of Hauts-de-France are deployed here in this map, and I will not be very long in these sections because there are some presentations about this in this morning.
Yes, and I have a question, just for the point before, because you were telling that a 4th year is considered as exceptional. But it's Andres that is asking if it's not, if it's so exceptional, or most PhD students take a 4th year. Is it really exceptional? Or
so in the scientific topics, generally the 4th year is very specific. It's not very common. So they must pass an exam and to well motivate why they need a 4th year. But in some other sections, some topics from humanities, they can go until a number of years, 4, 5, or 6 years. So it's 3 years is quite the rule for scientific doctoral school.
Okay, so it's more exceptional in science?
Yes, to go to the fourth.
Okay. And you were talking about Région Hauts-de-France. It's something very important because Région is founding thesis.
Yes, there are about 100, more than 100 doctoral financial support made by the region, because the region want to develop the economy and all things in the region. So they believe, and we believe on PhD students and potentials, and we are convinced that they can bring something very interesting and an added value to the region. It's why the region is also contribute to the development of the research and welcoming PhD students.
Okay.
And in the region, we have what we call the north versions and the south versions. There are some institutions who are academic universities. For example, you have the University of Lille, Central Lille Institute, which is an engineering school, IMT Lille Douai, which is another engineering school, and UPHF, Université of Valenciennes. And these institutions can give the diploma of PhD, because we are going to have diploma of the University of Lille, of Central, of IMT, or Valenciennes.
And what is important is that doctoral college is for those foreign institutions.
Yes, we have in charge all the PhDs in these 4 institutions. And there are other universities and in all over France that mentioned here. For example, University of Littoral Côte d'Opale, Université d'Artois, Université Picardie Jules Verne. So the doctoral college is not involved in this university, but we have many actions coming together with these universities to develop some opportunities of the PhD students. Okay, so some indications and some key figures for the region. We are 4 million inhabitants in the region, and there are 165,000 students, more than 14,000 international students, and more than 8,300 master degrees per year. So the research potential in the region is very interesting. We have 4 universities and 3 engineering schools, as I said, about 18 research laboratories or research units. You have approximately 70% of research in place in lab associated to what we call the National Research Organizations, CNRS, in CERN, in RIA, INRA, and 6 thematic doctoral schools, and you are about 2,700 PhD students, and 38% are international students that come for preparing the PhD. And you are supervised by 2,000 thesis supervisors that have what we call HDR, Habilitation à diriger de recherche, which is a higher diploma that say that this professor or these researchers can have a charge some PhD students to supervise them. And every year in the region we have approximately 500 PhD defense. So we spoke about the doctoral school. We have 6 doctoral schools. The first one is, I will say the sigle in French, to SMRE, which is the Matter, Radiations and Environment, and we had Joël Cuggen, which is the director of the college, which is deputy director of this doctoral school. We have the SPI, Sciences pour l'ingénieur, Engineering and Science, BSL, Biology and Health, Sésame, Sciences économiques, sociales, de l'aménagement et du management, Economics and Social Science, Planning and Management, SHS, Sciences de l'homme et de la société, Humanities and Social Science, and SJPG, Sciences juridiques, politique et gestion, Law, Politics and Management. So these 6 doctoral schools are gathering all the topics and skills in which you are preparing your PhD. Maybe you have some information about the person who are inscribed in this day from international PhD students, and certainly you are from these 6 doctoral school. Especially in scientific doctoral school, we have more than 45 or 50% international PhD students. So the doctoral school have some missions and objectives. The first one is to coordinate the PhD students program and monitoring their CV. Authorization for thesis registrations at the beginning of each year, and implementation of the thesis charter with possible mediations if necessary. We hope that it does not happen, but you have to know that you have some what we call the CIC, comité de suivi de thèse, ou comité de suivi individuel maintenant, and this meeting with person from the doctoral school let you to give you the possibility to discuss with them and show them if is there any problem in your PhD, and they can also follow your progression and your results. And for example, for some scientific doctoral school, you have to make this CAC and to have the authorizations to get to this in the second year. You make your submissions in second year. And doctoral school offer additional scientific and technical trainings and support for the organizations of summer, winter, for example, young research schools, and also. The doctoral school promote also the interdisciplinary and international mobility, and like transdisciplinarity, seminars, mobility meetings, financial support for mobility, implementations of agreements with international partners. So this is the actions, the main actions of the doctoral school. Now we have the doctoral college. The doctoral college is gathered this C6 doctoral school, as you say. He's the staff of the doctoral college. Joël Cuguen, the director. I'm the deputy director, and we have centrally many. You will have certainly many communications with Aisha Arab, who is the administrative director of the college, and with Clémentine Duret, for example, for the trainings, Frédéric for international partners, and Amandine Détré for administrative work. So, as my colleague said, we have 3 actions. The first one is to program trainings for you, but these trainings are multidisciplinary, in contrast of the trainings organized by the doctoral school. The college doctoral will allow you to follow some trainings and some courses, but to prepare you for the future and for your career after the PhD. Because PhD is just one adventure that you will spend in 3 years, and we make some trainings that are offered of all these PhD from this 6 doctoral school. And this thing is very interesting because you are in your laboratory, you have some colleagues, but you are in quite the same topics, and these trainings will allow you to exchange, to share with other PhD students that are from very different skills compared to you. The second activity is the mobility, international mobilities, especially the outgoing mobilities, and welcoming some seminar, some visiting professors. And the third actions of the doctoral college is the promotion of the PhD, because in French, PhD is not well recognized, unfortunately, as we want, and we have some actions to do, some communication actions to promote the PhD and to make some interactions between the PhD students and the socioeconomic actors. So for the first action, training actions, well, I will not speak about this slide. So the first action is the trainings that we allow for you. So here you have the catalog of the trainings that are offered to the PhD. You have 4 itineraries trainings. The first one is what we call Docteur et Entreprise. It means all the training sessions dedicated to an insertions and to have opportunities in companies. The second one is entrepreneurial, to allow you facilities for the company creations, for example. The third one is teaching, if you want to become a lecturer. And the other one is what we call here in French, sorry for the slide that are in French, poursuite de carrière, that allow you to make to have some opportunities, careers in companies, but not in research and development. So the catalog is very rich. There are many training sessions. We have about 92 trainings. We have 71 are in French, unfortunately. But if your level in French, and I'm sure for some of you is okay, you can follow these French courses. But there are also 21 training sessions in English. Some conferences, we have 6 conferences, and we have 8 training sessions dedicated to ethics and scientific integrity, because it's a very interesting area, and every PhD student in all topics must know. And every year we try to add newer training sessions, and this year, for example, we have 19 newer sessions. I can mention 2 of them. The first one is about harassment, and the second one is about entrepreneurship, especially deep tech, for the creation of companies. That I ask you very much to follow these actions, because it's very interesting and important for you.
And where can we find this catalog?
So this catalog is in your what you call ADUM environment, and ADUM is dedicated for the PhD students, for the supervisors, for the doctoral school, for the college, and for the institutions. And you need it for your inscriptions, for example. You already use it for your inscriptions. You are going to use it for the PhD defense, and you are going to find all this catalog and training offers in the website ADUM. So we have 77 training sessions that are okay for the first year, and you can follow that from now. I will present after how you can subscribe to these formations. Okay. So, as I mentioned, all this catalog is in the website ADUM, and you have some steps to subscribe for the training sessions that in which you are interested. So the offer is already known, it's published on the ADUM website. You have to choose and to subscribe yourself in 2 months before the beginning of the sessions. You are we have two lists of PhD students, depending on the number of the PhD students interested in each session, and we have you have to make some motivations, because the ideal is to build your training and your career plan depending on what you want to do after your PhD, and the session and the participation to the sessions have to be motivated to allow us to choose the right persons for the right training sessions. And yes, after the training sessions, you are invited to give an evaluation of your training, because it allows us to improve and to take care to your recommendations and your remarks in the future.
I have a question on the chat about formation suivie hors catalogue. you mentioned this just before. She wants to know, he or she, to whom should I write in order to get them clarified? She belongs to doctoral school, SHS.
Yes, if there's other training session that you followed, you have to present to your doctoral school the program and the hour you follow, and the doctoral school will give you credits depending on the program and the durations of the training sessions, if the training sessions is well organized and okay for you.
Okay, so it's doctoral school, SHS. I think they have meetings this afternoon. Maybe they can talk about it during this time?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Especially dedicated to doctoral school, to humanities.
Yeah, only for SHS this afternoon. Okay, thank you.
So here is the calendar of the specific event, but I will maybe describe some interesting and important actions we made in this doctoral college. For example, these are the action of communications, but not also communications. It's some event that can allow you to have some facilities and informations about, for example, the opportunities of career for PhD. The first is a PhD job day online. We have some workshops sessions. It will be held this year on 12 and 15 of February 2021. And you have some information about the requirements on 18 of February, and there are some persons that will guide you for the CV, for how to present your work, how to speak about your work, and etc. So there are another event is that the visit of some companies, OVH Cloud, which is in the regions. It will take place online on 17 December from 2 and 16. There were other additional visits, for example, for the Parliament, and also we already made. And there are some conferences. Here you have some topics of the conferences organized. We have some event like this day, the PhD days, and generally it takes it take 2 days to welcome the international PhD students, but due to the sanitary crisis, we also changed the configurations of the PhD. And we have a big event that is called the Start Doc. It was made in 24 November to welcome all the PhD students in their first year. The different training sessions are organized to allow you to get some experience or some information about your career. For example, for persons that are interested for consulting careers, we have some trainings. For example, the first one will be held in 16, 17, and 18 of December. We have an event very interesting that called Challenge Doc. It means that company will come with some problematic, some questions to improve their performances, and a group of PhD students that are from different topics, different doctoral school, humanities, scientific doctoral school, and also that are working together during 3 days and make some answers for the company. So it's very interesting exercise to have interactions with companies and to see the different problematic that can be challenged in companies. And as my colleague said, you are going to have in this morning presentations of the group of Consolid for consulting careers. and you can have all information about this if you are interested. There are another event that we call the Doctoral. It's a very interesting exercise for the creation of activity of companies, and you will have some seminars, some working exercise a day with a professional team, and you are in 5 days you are going to have some keys how to create your activity or how to create an activity. As I say and mentioned a couple of minutes before, you have since this year an entrepreneurial trainings about the topic of deep tech. So the first sessions will take place in 6th and 7th January, and 21st and 32nd of January, and 6th and 7th of May. So these sessions are also in French and in English. So you are welcome to follow this, and you are encouraged to follow these training sessions. It will allow you to learn how to create your activity or your company. So because we have some problems unfortunately with creation of companies here in France. Many of the PhD say that it's not for me, I'm not able to do that. It's very things that we have to change, because as I said, we believe in the potential of innovations in PhD students, and I'm sure with these sessions they are going to see the company creations from a very different view, and they can maybe know that it's possible in all the topics and in all doctoral schools, from doctoral schools.
And we should say also, it's not the moment.
Huh?
We should say also, it's not the moment because of COVID.
Yeah, but COVID, I think, I hope that it will be limited in time. Maybe we hope with this vaccine and with all other opportunities we can go. This crisis will be behind us.
Yeah.
But the idea is we need innovations also in this sanitary crisis, because many of activities were developed in this crisis, and it seems that there are opportunities anytime during the crisis and certainly after the crisis. And you will be awarded, because there are some we can give some prizes for the good interactions, for example, with socioeconomic actors. And for example, you can follow tomorrow the Force Awards, which is competitions to give prizes for the good collaborations between PhD students, academic sessions, and companies. We have another interesting event that we call the MT 118, ma thèse en 180 secondes. It's how to present your PhD work in just 3 minutes. So it's a very interesting exercise, because every PhD students is in here topic involved in scientific or special other topics, but how to speak about his work to persons that are not involved in research, it's a very challenging thing. So with this training sessions, you are going to have some information, some courses,
some tools, some advices.
And Frédéric, who is here, participate actively to this event and can give you information to how to present your work to all kind of peoples. And these sessions will be, this is in France, une thèse en 185, and it's international competitions, because we have final, I think we can say that, final competitions, in regional competitions, and then national competitions, and after international competitions.
But it's in French.
But it's in French. But we have, for persons who don't speak French, we have the equivalent in English, and it's not mentioned here, but we have this competitions for what we call the TEDx, like the TEDx talk, and preparation, but it's not the same because it's not national competitions, it's just regional competition, but it's okay for this exercises in English. And at last we have some innovation bootcamp. For example, we are involved in the doctoral college in a project that we call Transuniv. I will speak about a little bit after. And we organize some innovation bootcamp, and dedicated, for example, to the circular economy for these sessions. And we already have some bootcamps in smart energies and also. So these are some example of the activities we offer. In the international actions, we have, as we said, mobilities, ongoing mobilities, visiting professor program, and we have also prizes for every year for 2 PhD, prix de thèse internationale. So this prize is to recognize the international activity of PhD. For example, if you develop some collaborations with other laboratories, if you move to another laboratories to spend some such time to develop your research, and if you did a very interesting PhD with publications and many communications. We have a prize for this every year is distributed, one for the humanities sections and the other one in scientific sections, and the price is 2,500 euro. So the financial, the outgoing mobilities, every year we try to co-finance up to 3,000 euro in the framework of PhD's research project, PhD international meeting, for example, international project carried out by regional PhD associations. So the next call for projects for these mobilities will be held in the beginning of 2021. We participate to the financial support of incoming mobility for visiting professor program, 20,000 euro per year, an opportunity to welcome internationally reputed professors for short stays, 1 week approximately, and main activity to deliver seminar in their field of competence, mainly to PhD students. And we welcome every year, I think, 6 scientific visiting professor. And about the International Research Awards, as I said, 1 for the humanities and 1 for science and technology. And the criteria is the scientific excellence and international nature of thesis, joint supervisions or international program, Erasmus Mundus, Marie Curie, and also, but it's not, you can apply if you are not involved in this program. And the award, as I said, 2,500. So as I mentioned, the catalog of what the doctoral college offer for the PhD is very large. So there are some persons that can you contact for giving you advices and help that we call the référent parcours professionnel, career referent, professional career referent. I've translated in English, I don't know if it's okay. And these persons can give you some advices about the choice of the program you are going to follow. They can give you advices for screening your CV, to construct your competences and our skills, and there are 16 persons that are in the laboratories that are distributed to all the laboratory, not all, but part of them, and you can contact them. You can find in the last page, I think, from the trainings catalog, the name of the persons, and you can contact them directly. They are in your laboratories, maybe, and have some information. But please don't hesitate to contact us and let us to give you all the information you need. We are very happy to do the best to get you in a very good project career after your PhD. You know this. Now that you are in the beginning of this process of PhD, we are here to give you all you need, and we try to do our best to give you all the potential and information and trainings, and also for preparing your career, your professional career, because we believe that you can give very added value to the regions, to the socioeconomic situations, and also because the research is very important for us.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kamal El-Mimouni. I think it's very clear because I don't have a lot of questions on the chat, so it was very clear. Can we show the picture with contact? Because you can find my contact. The phone number is mine. You have an email address that you can contact also. It's me, it's Kamal, it's Joël who are behind this address, and we have also social network accounts, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and now we have a YouTube channel. It is beginning today. We hope we can give you more videos. Anyway, you will find all this seminar in this channel. Maybe in 1 week or 2 weeks, you can have all those videos, so you can see them if some information are not so clear for you, or you can contact us, just like Kamal said. So we ended on time. I will welcome another speaker in a few minutes. I will take a break, 5 minutes, just in order to contact her, because she's online also, she's in Paris. So I will contact her by Zoom, and we are coming back in 5 minutes. See you right now.
partager et je n'ai pas le droit de partager l'écran.
Ah oui, attendez.
Tu entends là-bas? C'est bon pour vous? Ok, c'est parti.
Hello, we are back now for the rest of this seminar. We will welcome online Christina. She's in Paris and she's working for ABG. She will explain what is ABG and she will explain who she is. I will give her the place to explain employment and specificities of employment in France for a PhD. You are PhD?
I'm finishing my PhD also. So yeah, this is a hot topic from my side.
Okay, so
well.
I let you explain who you are, what is ABG, and you can start.
Yeah. Thank you, Frederic, very much. So hello and welcome to this talk. I will start by sharing my screen and maybe to start. So normally you should see the screen. No, not the right one. You see the screen was maybe this one. No. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, this one will be perfect. Can you see the screen, the whole screen without my notes? Right?
It's good.
Okay.
It's PhD welcome now.
Yeah. So this is the talk on French job market for PhDs. My name is Christina Berkut. I'm training and international cooperation manager at Association Bernard Grégory, based in Paris. And I'm also a PhD candidate, so I will be having my thesis discussion this year. So that's why this is a very sensitive topic for me as well. A few words about our association. So as I said, we're based in Paris and our mission is to facilitate the transition of PhDs, whatever their field and seniority, from academia to the private sector, and also to help companies to recruit PhDs. So we develop and lead training programs. It could be professional project setup, skills development, self-assessment, networking, and job search strategy. Besides, we also give a direct access to employers through our CV database and a job board in French and in English. So do not hesitate to download your CV. This is free for candidates, and as well, you could do this in French and in English as well. So this is our agenda. We are going to discuss these 4 different points, and we'll close with your questions. But of course, during the whole presentation, you can write down your questions in chat box, And so Frederick could read me a few of them. But before that, a few statistics on academic employment and in different countries and the situation of researchers in Europe and beyond. As you may see, between all these countries, the percentage relating to permanent position for PhD holders in academia vary, and they're very much different. So if in Germany, about 73% of scientists under 45 have what they called a fixed term contract, the success rate for the professorship is still low. In France, on average, the rate of permanent positions in public research or in academia is about 4.5%, so it's very low. And generally speaking, after completing a PhD program, scientists spend a few years having only temporary contracts, and it's very difficult to have a permanent one straightforward. So let's move to the French academic job market. In your opinion, how many PhD diplomas are delivered each year in France? Could you please write your answer in the chat box? So how many PhD diplomas are delivered each year in France? If you have some random idea. Is there some answers in the chat box?
Not yet. I have 500, no ID.
Okay, so between no idea and
5,000.
Okay.
In Lille, 500 in Lille, 2,000, no ID, 1,500. 1,000.
Okay, so da-da-dum. Actually, there's about 14,000 new PhDs delivered every year in France. So this is very, very much of diplomas. And do you know how many positions are available each year in academia, also in France?
So there is a little bit of time between you and the live.
So I repeat the question, how many positions are available each year in academia in France?
$800, 1,000.
Okay. 800, 1,000.
5,000, 1,000, 1,500, 7.
7.
250.
Okay. Well, at least you have this understanding that there's very little positions available every year in academia. So based to last report from Ministry of Education, there are only 1,800 positions available. So what do these statistics show us? It shows that academic employment is very competitive, very few permanent positions in comparison to the number of PhDs produced by university in the whole country. And there's also a lack of stability. So usually there's a 3-year-long perspective or even less if you're going for a postdoctorate position. And since there's a higher rate of fixed-term work contracts, so this is very little long-term contracts available nowadays. And also, it's important to know that, for example, in France, fixed-term work contracts in academia can go no more than 6 years. So just for your information. Let's take a glance on how the ideal academic career looks. So in France, on one hand, you have universities. On the other, you have public research institutes, which is quite specific to France. In both cases, recruitment happens through selection. Mostly this is done through written and oral selection. So in universities, before going to this written and oral selection, an applicant must submit a dossier in order to get a qualification. And this qualification lasts for 4 years. And so this qualification will give you right to be selected and to go to the further steps of this selection by different committees and next by universities as well. So let's move to different regions in France. There are in bubbles, there are regions where the proportion of scientists is the highest in France. Of course, Ile-de-France, where Paris is based, or where the capital is, the region with the most research staff. There's about 37% of the total workforce in academia, and in total, these 4 regions account for 70% of the total research and development workforce. And of course, it doesn't mean that you have to look for a job only in these 4 regions, because since they have opportunities there, but I also suggest you pay attention to other regions that are growing in their research and development activities. So it could be Brittany, Grand Est. There are regions that continue financing research and development sectors, so do not hesitate to really look up to the region if you're interested in some particular region in France. About crossroads, what you know, or at least you have some idea, or is academic research. So you know this crossroad from PhD candidate, maybe postdoc, then assistant professor and professor. But academia is not the only way, and just know that at each step you may have many choices available in different stages of your life. Just be aware that the more time you spend in one sector, the more complicated it becomes to change it. So of course, right after your PhD, you can do maybe 1 or 2 postdoc contracts, and then maybe go to business, to maybe startups. But it doesn't mean that you can do this work maybe after your professorship. Of course, it's still available, and just for you to know that PhD skills are very much valuable in academia and in non-academic sector. So just for you to know what exactly you want to do next.
I have a question, Christina.
Yes, please.
I read the question. What influenced the high academic positions in those areas?
What influences the
high academic positions in those areas?
Oh, well, it depends on where the research centers are, and naturally most of these centers are based in Ile-de-France, so to be closer to the capital. And then 3 other regions, they're also a few decades ago invested in these research centers. So this is why they have, and they still have a lot of opportunities there. This is why. And of course, I think about Ile-de-France, this is the case of many countries where the concept is centralized, and so all important things are going around the capital. So this is why.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move forward. Let's also check on a few statistics in the non-academic sector. You can see on this slide that more than half are working outside academic research. So this is the case for United States, Germany, Denmark is almost there as well, in France. In general, 5 years after a PhD, about 40% of PhD holders work in the private sector. About 14% in the public sector, but outside research, and 46% still in academic in public research. So let's move to the French non-academic job market, which is also important, and on which my association is where we have this specialization. So in this sector, there are many challenges you may face. So you have to learn the vocabulary used by recruiters and professionals in your specific sector. And also you will have to identify players in a specific sector and to know its trends, and also to get information on salaries, which is also very important point, since in non-academic sector, in private sector especially, your salary will be based on your negotiation skills. So just you always have to be aware of what's going on in your sector. There's some statistics on scientific staff in private sector, and the number of researchers in France has been increasing in the last 3 decades. And especially in not only in academia, but this is also the case in companies, and especially in small and middle-sized companies. So that's why it is very interesting to follow this road in the types of companies in which PhD holders are working. So if in the 90s, 80s or 90s, it was mostly in big companies or in international companies, nowadays, the proportion of these companies has been decreasing in favor of small, middle size enterprise. So of course, it's always easier to apply for a job in big companies because they're visible, so you know that they exist. But it's not always the case with the hidden market. We will see later what is about. So that's why this is very important to learn and to look at tendencies in this sector, and especially in your specific field, to know what companies are on the top in your field and who is recruiting. This is just few ideas on jobs you can do beyond academia. In a large company, of course, a career can evolve in various ways between expertise, so your expertise that you learned during your PhD, and also management. And there's a tendency that as a young researcher, you will often start in research and development department, but like you don't oblige to do only research and development. You could also start by consulting, maybe by marketing, some industrial property. And of course, some of these positions could evolve to managerial position, could be in production, project financing, marketing. And as you can see on this slide, there's a real palette of choice available for profiles like yours. So really, while asking yourself what you want to do next, do a list of what you're willing to do, what your motivations are, and what your desires are. And by doing such lists, you can find what type of job is that suits you better, and also by meeting people from your specific field and knowing about different job positions. It would also help you to know what to do and whether some job position is what you're looking for. So there are some examples of job ads for PhD holders that are based on our ABG website. So, for example, field application scientist, life science business development manager, operation managers. Even if you are not in an active job search right now, I really advise you to consult these offers to keep up to date, learn companies' vocabulary and the skills they are looking for, and also know to see whether about salary, about companies who are recruiting, and what type of skills you maybe need to develop during your PhD if you're just in the beginning of this road. So it's always a good idea to be up to date in this process. So this is two other examples. As you can see, there's a real diversity of employers and also a diversity of positions available for PhD holders, and not only in academia, specifically in industry. So as I said, they're available on our websites, but you can also use some different websites to familiarize yourself with the vocabulary the companies use. Also, there's a salary variety out there in non-academic sector. Sorry, and especially in different sectors, private or public, academic or non-academic, there are different net month salaries. So this is some examples of net month salary, which is very important to notice. On this table, as you may see, there's a real recognition of the PhD's competencies and skills in research and development. So the salaries are higher. Then it will also depend on your field, whether there's social sciences or public health or physics. So this table is just an example of an average salary. It doesn't mean that this is the exact amount of what you're gonna earn in few years, and especially in few years it will be a different table available. So don't hesitate to learn from companies about salaries and salaries range, and get to know how you value yourself according to this information. So this is why networking is important, to meet professionals from your field and to know what the salary range from someone who is in your position. Which is also important to know that in France, but on my knowledge, this is also the case in many other countries, in Europe at least. So in France, when you ask for the salary, you have to ask for a gross salary. So on this table, it's net month salary. This is just like this in this ministry report. When you talk to a recruiter, once again, in your language, in your vocabulary, you have to make references for a gross salary, so before taxes. And also, this is why it's important to know the salaries in your field, and also calculate how much you need per month, and then add between 20 and 25% to know what is your gross salary, and this in this way calculate your annual gross salary. So this is how you talk to recruiters to say how much you will cost, how much you cost. So let's check on how you enhance your profile. When you're looking for job ads, job positions, you're naturally addressing the visible job market with its, it could be job boards dedicated to researchers, so like ABG website, it could be RXS, it could also be general job boards like you may know Indeed or Monster. You could also check directly on companies' websites, and also on LinkedIn. Nowadays, it's a great way to know about opportunities. But don't forget the existence of the hidden job market that is bigger, and to some source it could be even around 80% of job vacancies that are never advertised, and sometimes they're more interesting. So they're not advertised not because they're recruiters don't want to share these opportunities, but maybe just because there's no professional recruiter in a company, or if it's a startup, so it's a manager, his or herself, who's recruiting. So this is just the matter of time available to create a proper job ad. So that's why it's important to create your network in order to access to this job market through your network, to know people in your field who could advise you on this. So I already mentioned a few times networking. I don't know if you know what networking is. Is it something you do? If you can just put some comments in the chat box.
During this time, they can add comments into the chat box. I have a question. What are the possible job opportunities for humanities doctors outside research and development, and academic sector?
So, in human sciences, you could be a project manager, which is very much important since you have these personal skills, which are listening and empathy. So since you were working with humans, so you're supposed to have these skills. You know what collaboration is. So it could be everything in, for example, European institution or humanitarians organizations to manage a project. It could also be writing, journalism. So there's nowadays very few specific online resources where there are PhD holders who are writing some articles on the topic. And that's why, since we attribute sort of creativity to human resources, to human sciences, you can also apply this to this kind of job.
Okay, thank you.
And of course, especially maybe in journalism, there's always an expert needed who can understand the topic and who can also explain this topic to a larger audience.
Can we find PhD in a museum, for example, director of museum?
Yeah, of course. And so in archives, since you have to manage and to organize exposition, and also to create a guides, a database. So this is very important. And for example, latest news is that French Museum of Natural History, if I'm not mistaken, created a project with few research centers, and also in each museum there are a department when they try to have catalogs on what they have into museums, and of course knowing how to work with big data. It's very much important to have someone who can read this data. So of course in museums, PhDs are needed.
Okay, thank you. I have no comments on the chat, so you...
Okay, about networking. the general, what is about, it's about developing and maintaining contacts and personal relationships with a diverse group of people who can help you in your professional project and in your career in general, and who would also benefit from you. So it's really a win-win situation when not only you asking for a recommendation or for help, but you can also share your knowledge with people you meet. So since networking is developing and maintaining contacts, you can hear, because of this, about opportunities, show your personality while meeting people, professionals from your field. You can also understand a sector, company, or job profile. And of course, the main goal of networking is to get references. So networking is useful for the visible job market and hidden part. The hidden part, of course, to get access to this part, but also invisible job market. If you are if you have a recommendation by someone who is working in your field and who could confirm your skills and confirm that you are a right person for a job, your application will have more weight. So this is why really try to get into networking and to know how to do this, maybe by little steps, maybe by starting with your primary network, and then, so I mean by primary network, people that you know in your field, and then of course someone knows someone, and that's why you can create your secondary network, the people who you don't know personally, but you can meet with these professional interviews. Let's look at your possible transition from academia to the economic sector from a recruiter's point of view. First of all, you have to convince the recruiter of your career project by showing your experience and also by illustrating your skills. In an interview, it's not very much convincing to just name your skills. For example, oh, yes, I'm flexible, or I know how to handle complex data. What the recruiter wants to understand is what you will be able to do and how you will behave once you are recruited. So to do so, she or he will try to find out how you have behaved in the past in different situations. And that's why you must become a storyteller by giving a few stories about your experience. So you have to include in your story different elements. It's maybe you've heard about a STAR method. So when you when you talk about situation, task, actions taken, and results. So in generally, while creating a story on your experience, give a context, then your role, a problem that arose, and how you find a solution, and then to sum up, talk about the result. So once again, a context, your role, a problem, solution, and the result. If you're able to tell a few stories like this, it will help the recruiter to discover your personality, because while we telling a story, it shows how we behave, what we are all about. And it will also help to see your motivations. And of course, it will help to be memorable in front of few candidates if you know how to attract, how to keep attention on you. It will be a perfect step to realize in your job interview. So, to sum up, there's no matter what sector you're targeting to pursue your career. It could be, of course, academic, it could be non-academic, but it is important to have a clear career project where you know what you want to do and when you know what your inner driver is. So to confirm your career project and to get references from someone who could confirm your skills, networking is the main component for this. And of course, to build your project on your own, and you have to decide for yourself what to do. You don't have to listen to your parents or maybe your thesis advisor. No, it's really about you, about your desires, your motivations, and what you want to do next. And thinking about a career project. So first of all, think about it as a project with different elements, what to do next, what you liked previously, what you want to do, what you didn't like. And also know that a PhD is a great opportunity to integrate next to academia or to industry, but you will have to build your own path and not just hoping that someone will guide you during this process. This is the step, this is the path when you decide what to do next and where to go next. So let's move to your questions.
For the moment, I don't have any questions, so I think it's very clear. What I heard is that it's very important to build his own professional background.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the beginning for these new PhD students. But what I hear very often, that's very quick. It's 3 years, but the time is running out very fast. Do you agree with this as an old PhD student?
I agree. You know, nowadays it's only 3 years, and if you're maybe in social sciences, it could go up to 4. But it's not only you have to enjoy this experience on maximum. So not only by doing your research by reading and writing, but since there's mandatory to follow few trainings, you will have to think wisely what trainings to follow in this according to what you want to do next. And of course, for example, if in the beginning you think that you will be interested by research and development, and so you're gonna take different trainings according to implement your skills further for this kind of position. Maybe after your PhD defense, you can change your desires and your plan. This is absolutely normal. Just be okay with yourself that your motivation could evolve during these 3 or 4 years. And but anyway, if you will invest in your soft skills, which is also important during a PhD, if you will show interest in what your laboratory is doing, what your colleagues, other PhDs are doing, what their topics are. Maybe you will meet some professionals into this lab framework. It will help you know not only about your field, but maybe to broaden your horizons and to show commitment, no matter whether the next step will be in academia or in non-academia. If during these 3 or 4 years you will develop your network, you will find a way afterwards. There's some problem. Okay.
You don't have any slide?
No.
Can you stop sharing?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will add something to what you said. Here in University of Lille, but I guess the same in other universities, PhDs have the chance to have a big catalog, a specific catalog from doctoral schools. That's what Kamal explained a few minutes ago. And a catalog from doctoral college. So they can choose, just like you explained, what they would like to do, who they are, and what they would like to try. And my advice would be to take this catalog and read it and see what is important and what they can do, what they can build for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said during the presentation, even for now, you're just in the beginning of your PhD. See what's going on out there, what opportunities are to see what vocabulary companies use, and for example, and skills needed. And if you see that you miss some skill and that in a catalog, in your university catalog, you have some training on this specific part of skills, use this opportunity. Do not choose some random trainings to follow because you just have to fill out, 100 hours of trainings or maybe more. It has to be smart choice of what trainings to do. But of course, by using this catalog, it will help you to know what to follow and where to find these trainings.
Okay, Christina, thank you very much for your time, for this presentation.
Thank you
all. It was very clear. I will welcome the next speaker. And we will have a break in a few seconds. Our next speakers, they are two. It's from Euraccess and Social Security System. So it's very important, maybe for PhD students, new PhD students. We will make a break, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, time to change the video and to change, to welcome the new speaker. So I see you in a few minutes. Donc simplement, oui, je vous présente, je dirais que vous êtes là s'il y a des questions précises, et puis on verra. C'est pour ça que je demande si vous parlez anglais, sinon on traduira, et puis...
Voilà, c'est ça, ouais, non, tant mieux, parce que...
Non, mais il n'y a pas de souci, hein. Vraiment.
Ça, il va être beaucoup plus conséquent, sinon.
Donc on a jusqu'à midi. Pas eu de soucis. Ok. We are back now to this seminar. We welcome Philippe Ducamp. Philippe Ducamp is Project Manager, International Department and Euraccess Service Center. He will talk about Euraccess, of course, and his first part will be about security social system. And from security social system, we have Adja Lamari. You are Partner Relations Project Manager in CPAM of Roubaix Tourcoing. So you're here because it's very technical, this part, for PhD. So if they have any questions they can ask, then we'll translate. You don't speak English, unfortunately, but you are here. Thank you very much to be here. And we'll translate with Philippe the questions and your answer.
Sorry.
Philippe, you are talking English.
Okay.
And you can start.
Where's the camera first? Because
Here.
okay, that's where I should look.
Or me, you can look at
Okay.
me.
First of all, welcome everyone. I would like to say welcome to each of you. It's nice to have you here. Today I will be presenting 3 subjects. The first one is about health insurance, together with Mrs. Lamari, and then we'll move on to presenting Euraccess services. So maybe some of you know already what is Euraccess, but I will develop this subject as a second presentation. And then very briefly, and I think we should not forget to do it, so I rely on Frederick to remind me so, we will say a short word about the possibility for you to take examinations in French for foreigners. So let's start with our first presentation. So it's a presentation that Mrs. Lamari and I have prepared. So here we go. So the title is Which Health Insurance for PhD Students in France? So this is the plan of the presentation. First, we will be giving a general picture of what is health insurance in France. What are the general principles and organization? Then we will adopt a case presentation, because your access to health insurance will depend on your status in France. So that's why you have points 2, 3, and 4, which give you information related to your status. And then in the very last part, beyond the coverage by social security, we will talk about getting supplemental health insurance, because in France it's strongly advised to subscribe to complémentaire santé, as we call it in France. So let's start with this presentation. Before starting, I just add that we have inserted moments when you will be able to ask questions. So you won't have to wait until the end of the presentation to ask your questions.
Okay, after each point?
Almost. In fact, it starts after point number 2.
Okay.
So let's start with point number 1. So what is health insurance? The basic principles. So the French system of social protection allows any individual residing in France in a regular manner, I will be explaining that in a few minutes, to benefit from social security for the coverage of their health expenses. The funding of these benefits is mainly provided by the contributions of all employees and employers declared in France. So, what do we mean by residing in France in a regular manner? Regular manner means you have a valid residence permit. But just as simple as that. And as I said, this system of benefits is funded by the contribution of everyone. So we can say that in France, compared to other countries, we have what we could call a socialized health insurance system. If you compare it to other countries like the US, for instance, it's quite different. And how is this health insurance administered throughout the different regions of France? So it's scattered all around the country. You find local services. So that's the so-called caisse primaire d'assurance maladie. So these are the local health insurance centers. In our department, because you didn't miss this fact that you live in the Département du Nord, we have 4 CPAMs. So there is the one in Roubaix-Tourcoing, for which we have a representative today. We have another one called Lille-Douai, and then 2 more. One is Flandre, and the last one is Hainaut. So that's how the whole territory is covered. Also, and this is on national level, you find digital services for PC and smartphones. You have the amelie.fr website. That's a very useful tool because you can create an account, a personal account on this website, from which you can do various things. You can, for instance, ask for your rights certificate, your attestation de droit, and many other things, I think. Que peut-on encore faire depuis son compte Amélie?
Faire les mises à jour d'adresse, demander une carte vitale, demander...
You can ask for your carte vitale from the Amélie account. You can update your postal address too.
Changement de compte bancaire.
Also, if you change bank accounts, you can, communicate this to the administration.
Faire sa demande de complémentaire santé directement via son compte Amélie.
Okay. You can ask you can use this online account to ask for complémentaire santé, which is a special kind of supplemental health insurance.
C'est ça, la complémentaire.
Yes. Okay, let's move on. This is just a broad overview just to make you understand the general structure. Okay, now we start focusing on each situation. Here is the first general case. The first general case is you are a PhD student with a French wage. So I think that should be the case of a majority of you, I think, but you will tell us. A French wage, so it means that you have a French work contract. And this fact is very important because it means that every month you pay monthly contributions, and notably for health insurance. So inside this big case, first case, we have to make a distinction between those of you who come from a country which is part of the European Union, the EU, or the European Economic Area, the EEA, which includes a few other countries. So distinguish between those of you who come from the EU or from Europe or from outside Europe. So in the first case, if you come from Europe, know that you and your family will be affiliated to the CPAM starting from the very first day of your work contract. And you have a specific procedure to carry out. You will have to ask your affiliation institution in your home country to send you a specific form called the E104 form. So that's something you need to ask from your own country. And you have to send it to the CPAM, which is competent for your postal address. And then, when your file is registered, you will receive a notification mail. Then, when you have medical expenses, you will have to send what we call in France a feuille de soins, in English the medical claim form, and also proof of payment to this center, to the CPAM, in order to get refunded. But this, once you have received your social security number. I would like to say a few words about this last point. Because, and I'm going to anticipate, I think, the question of many people here is the question being, when will I receive my social security number?
Yes, because you told that you could register when you on Amélie account, but without number of social security system, you cannot register.
Alors, est-ce qu'on peut s'inscrire sur le compte Amélie sans avoir son numéro définitif?
Non, il faut absolument le numéro définitif.
Okay, so we have the answer from Mrs. Lamarie. Indeed, in order to register on the amelie.fr website, you have to get first your definitive social security number.
Okay, so how can you get it? That's what maybe your next point now?
I'm just checking if I had, yeah, I wanted to do the next slide.
Okay.
And then we'll take questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Then there is the second case, of course, if you come from a country which is outside the EU or EEA. In that case, you necessarily have either a visa or a residence permit called a passeport talent chercheur. And if it's not the case, it's not normal. Because if you get a French wage, then you are regarded as a salaried worker in France. And so you and your family will be affiliated to the CPAM starting from the very first day of your work contract, just like the previous case. It's the same. So the first day of coverage is your first day of the work contract. So the specificity here is that as a passeport talent chercheur salarié, you have to ask affiliation to the CPAM in Paris and not the local one. And that's very important. Know that there are two people who have to do a procedure. There is you on one side and there is your employer too. Today, it is now possible for your employer to declare you under this talent status online. So if there is a specific address that maybe we can share after the presentation. But you also have to send your own request file. And in that respect, the Euraccess Center can help you do that by going through the form that you have to fill in, giving you advice, and we can also ask advice to the CPAM as well. So that's pretty much it, I think, for this particular situation. So we have embraced here the two two possibilities for a PhD student with a French wage. So this is the time for questions and answers.
Okay.
And first of all, maybe I would like to know who is in this first case, a PhD student with a French wage.
Okay. There is a little lapse time before you speak and they see. So during this time, how can they get the definitive number of security system?
Il faut parler peut-être du numéro provisoire.
Oui, donc au tout début, lorsque l'étudiant est enregistré au niveau des bases de l'assurance maladie, il a au départ un numéro provisoire parce que pas né en France. Donc il faut déjà lui donner dans un premier temps l'accès aux soins. C'est ce qui est le plus important. Donc ensuite, avec les éléments d'identité d'état civil, le matricule définitif, il est délivré, mais c'est au niveau national en fait. Donc c'est pour ça que l'état civil, le document d'état civil avec la filiation, c'est très important pour qu'au niveau national, il puisse décider du numéro définitif, alors que ce soit bien attribué à la bonne personne. Qu'il n'y ait surtout pas d'homonymie ou de problème d'identité, qu'un numéro soit attribué pas forcément à la bonne personne.
Et du coup, à un moment donné, ils reçoivent d'abord leur numéro provisoire et puis une attestation de droit.
Tout de suite. Dès qu'ils sont enregistrés, ils reçoivent une attestation de droit avec un numéro provisoire.
Et c'est ça qui leur permet du coup de commencer à envoyer leur demande de remboursement.
Voilà, tout de suite, directement. Dès qu'ils reçoivent l'attestation de droit, ils peuvent s'en servir pour aller se soigner, s'en servir pour demander des prestations, quand bien même des aides au niveau de la CAF éventuellement, des aides supplémentaires. Ça ne gêne absolument pas. Par contre, pour pouvoir avoir le numéro définitif, c'est un petit peu plus tard. C'est grâce aux éléments d'état civil. Mais dès qu'ils ont l'attestation, ils peuvent s'en servir tout de suite, justement, pour les soins. C'est ce qui est le plus important.
Okay, so I'm going to translate Mrs. Lamari's answer. So, before you get your definitive social security number, in fact, you will receive first a temporary number. And you will get, you should get this temporary number not too long after you have sent your request. I don't know if there est-ce qu'il y a un délai standard pour le numéro provisoire.
Dès que tout est enregistré, en général, ça va très vite. Hein. Il y a des personnes, bon, après tout dépend de la charge de travail, je dirais qu'à la CPAM, mais en général, ça va très vite. Ça va très très vite.
Okay, so
ça peut être en moins de 15 jours.
Okay, normally it should come quick because it's the very first step of your procedure. So you will receive this temporary number together with a rights certificate. So it's an official document in which it said that you are covered by health insurance. So with these two things, this temporary number and the rights certificate, you will be able starting to send refund requests. Okay, not before that. You need these two. We advise you, very strongly advise you, to keep all proof of payment, all documents related to any health expenses. So with that, with your rights certificate and proof of payment, you can ask for refunds. And then in the meantime, your file will keep on being processed by the health insurance, and on national level, they will give you your definitive social security number at some point. And so you will be notified.
Okay. How long does it take, you know?
I think you cannot really give any idea of processing time because from my experience, I really saw very different processing time. So I wouldn't like to say wrong things and mislead people. So
okay. I have other questions.
But just to finish on that, there is a hotline for those who are under passeport talent chercheur salarié, so with the one getting French pay. And you can call this hotline and it's bilingual in French and English, and so you can call it to know what's your status on your file.
Okay. And a question about E104 form. Can you tell more about this? Is it automatic or they have to fill it? Where can they get it?
Alors, est-ce que le formulaire E104, c'est automatique ou peuvent-ils se le procurer? Alors, on l'a dit, ça.
Ils peuvent se le procurer à leur caisse d'assurance maladie de leur pays d'origine. Ils doivent le demander avant de venir. S'ils sont venus sans, ils peuvent peut-être demander par mail, je ne sais pas, pas directement avec leur CPAM, mais c'est leur CPAM, je veux dire leur système d'assurance maladie dans leur pays d'origine qui le délivre. Okay. Ce n'est pas nous.
Okay, just as we mentioned before, this document, you have to ask it from your original health insurance institution, so in your country of origin, I guess. So that's not something you will get in France, but I think it's a kind of a standardized Europe at European level. I think it's a European form, in fact.
Okay, and when they get it, how can they send it to CPAM or by email, or they have to print and send it with the post?
Alors, comment ils doivent faire parvenir leur E104 à la CPM locale?
Tout dépend s'ils ont dû passer par le site Amélie étudiants étrangers, mais ça, ce n'est pas le cas des doctorants.
Pour l'instant, c'est pas
ça.
Ouais.
Donc, ce sera par mail forcément, donc via le site. Par contre, ils peuvent nous l'envoyer par courrier, donc sinon par mail. Tout dépend s'ils ont un référent au sein de l'université. Donc, au sein de l'université, donc dans ce cas-là, on a un lien ensemble avec la CPM de Roubaix-Tourcoing et nous, on peut transmettre.
Ah, ok, d'accord.
Avec la boîte mail dédiée qu'on a mis à disposition de l'université et puis du CRUS et tout ça. Donc, quand il y a un problème ou une demande particulière, les services de l'université nous envoient un mail via cette boîte mail dédiée. Et d'ailleurs, c'est moi qui réponds, donc il n'y a pas de souci. Donc, et moi, je fais le nécessaire pour que le dossier soit résolu au plus vite.
Okay, so basically there are two situations. In some universities have a contact person for the CPAM, and there is a correspondent if you want. If your university, your hosting institution, have such a correspondent with the CPAM, then you can send your form, your E104 form, by email through this contact person inside your hosting institution. So the other case is if your hosting institution doesn't have this system, then you can always send your form by post, very simply.
Yeah, that was the problem, because they don't have a printer at the moment because of crisis.
Yes.
So maybe it takes time to print this form, if they have it.
In that case, I would just... wouldn't it be possible for those concerned maybe to ask their employer if it would be possible to have this document printed at work, because it's important, it's their health insurance. So
yeah, that's a good advice. Another questions?
Or at the Euraccess Center as well. If you are so desperate and you really have no way of printing anything, you just come to us and we'll be happy.
If I was a student in the last 2 years, I have account vital, an account on Amélie, and now I am PhD student with French wage. What steps should I do?
Oh.
He's coming from outside European Union, so maybe it's after. Maybe we keep this question for the next step.
Okay, just the beginning of the question. What was he before?
He was a student here.
Only a student.
Before,
Okay.
2 years
And now
ago.
he's a PhD student with a French wage.
Yes.
Okay.
But he's
And his question is, how should he? Does he have anything to do? Is that the question?
yes. Or what are the steps, because he's from outside
Okay.
European Union.
Because he
Maybe-
has a change of status.
Yeah.
Ok. En fait, c'est quelqu'un qui avant était, donc il était déjà en France, qui était étudiant et qui est devenu entre-temps donc doctorant avec donc salarié en France, doctorant salarié en France. Donc évidemment, il a un changement de statut. Est-ce qu'il a une procédure à suivre en fait?
Il était déjà connu chez nous en tant qu'étudiant. Après ça, c'est un dossier à voir en fait. Il faudrait voir quel est le statut sur lequel nous on l'a enregistré. Donc ensuite, il devient doctorant. Mais ce n'est pas un primo-arrivant.
Non.
Donc il était déjà chez nous, donc il devient doctorant salarié, il va être salarié. Donc on ne va pas le changer de CPAM. Il était déjà connu dans une CPAM, donc il restera certainement dans sa CPAM de résidence. Ce n'est pas un primo-arrivant avec un passeport talent chercheur. Donc il a changé de statut entre-temps. C'est
Il y a
comme
rien à
un
faire.
étudiant qui va travailler après.
C'est ça, il n'y a rien à faire.
Il n'y a rien à faire.
Même s'il vient d'en dehors de l'Union européenne.
Mais il était déjà chez nous.
Oui.
Donc, ce qu'il va devoir faire, c'est... de toute façon, la CPM lui demandera son titre de séjour s'il a été renouvelé. Donc, à partir du moment... S'il n'a pas bougé, s'il n'est pas reparti, il est resté sur le territoire, il a eu simplement une évolution, en fait. Ça ne changera rien, si ce n'est qu'on lui posera la question sur sa régularité de séjour sur le territoire, pour la continuité de ses droits.
Okay, so
Et surtout que maintenant, il y
to
a...
Ibrahim, Atoum, you were a student and now you are a
but
PhD student. Yeah,
we didn't translate the answer.
I am.
Oh, you had.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you just normally you have nothing to do. There is a simple evolution. You are already known by CPAM, so normally there's nothing to do for you.
But they will ask you about your titre de séjour.
Yes, maybe your
Residence
titre de
permit.
séjour you will need. Another questions. I have many questions.
Okay. We shouldn't take maybe too many now because we have the rest of the presentation.
Okay.
But at the end, they will have the possibility of. It seems to be a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we have to keep time for your access too.
Yes, you're right. Maybe we'll reply by email.
Anyway, we will remain available after the PhD event, of course. So. And then you have a second big case in which you are a PhD student with student status in France. So it means that you don't have a French wage. You don't have a French work contract. So what does it mean having student status in France? It can mean two things according to where you come from. So we are going to deal with the two possibilities. Either you come from Europe or you come from a country located outside Europe. So in the first case, you need to ask your European health insurance card. So in French, it's called Carte Européenne d'Assurance Maladie, from your affiliation institution in your home country again. So that's a special card for those who come from Europe. It has to be valid, of course. It has to be valid at least until the end of the academic year. And if you have this condition filled, this institution, so in your home country, keeps refunding your health expenses. So in reality, you don't affiliate, you don't change countries. You remain affiliated to your home country. I asked the question, what does it mean to be student in France? If you come from Europe, it simply means that you have student registration in a French university. That's just as simple as that. In case of illness, you will be asked to show your card, so this EHIC card, then all you will have to pay is the ticket modérateur. So what is that? In fact, it's a contribution which is asked from each patient, a contribution for the care costs. If you haven't received your card yet, which may be the case, you can ask for a temporary document called Certificat Provisoire de Délivrance, temporary certificate, from the healthcare services or professionals, from the French healthcare services or professionals. And we added this last sentence to make it clear. So if you are a PhD student with student status in France coming from Europe, you are not concerned with any online registration procedure. That will be reserved for the other case. Okay, let's move on to the other case. So if you come from a country located outside Europe, the first thing that we have to say is that the same rules apply to PhD students as for all students registered in a French higher education institution. You can request your affiliation to Social Security at your arrival in France by connecting to this particular website. So it's étudiant étranger Amélie FR. You will be asked to provide a copy of your French student card. But here, as you come from a non-EU country, having student status in France for you also mean that, of course, you have student registration in a French university, but you need to have a French student resident permit. So it's a carte de séjour étudiant. So you are the ones who are concerned with this online registration procedure. And it's free of charge, of course. If ever you come with children under the age of 18, they will be covered as well under the status of ayant droit, which you could translate into beneficiaries in English. So they will be covered by Social Security through one or both of their parents. And in that case, you will have, as parents, to fill in a formulaire de demande de rattachement, to have them administratively attached to you and be covered by Social Security. There is a third slide on this case, and it's still for those coming from outside Europe. So here you have a kind of diagram, a scheme if you want, to show you the different steps, procedures that you have to carry out. Okay, so you have 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to finish completely one step before starting the other. For instance, if you start with the prefecture for your residence permit, you don't have to wait to get your residence permit to start with the other procedures, of course. In fact, you have to do them rather simultaneously at the same time. So you start with the prefecture, then there is an online procedure to make yourself known from the university services, not from university services, from recruits, from the national body which runs, all aspects of student life in France. And then you will get your proof of payment of a contribution that you make, which is a general contribution for university life at university. And then, very important, you need to get your registration certificate, because it will be very, very important for various procedures. And then finally, when you have all necessary documents, you will be able to register online.
On this address, étudiant?
Yes, at this address that you see on the slide. Are there any questions?
Many.
Is there anyone concerned? Anyone under this status?
I don't know. There are many questions. For this point, we knew this. This was a question you just replied.
Well, I think you can choose whichever question because anyway, we'll take all the questions to which we were not able to answer within the time limit, and we'll answer all those questions afterwards. So, okay. No problem.
It was about the application form S1106.
Yes.
The right to health insurance.
S106. So, what's the question about this this particular form?
Can we make the demand of secure social security number with this form by post?
Alors, est-ce qu'on peut demander son immatriculation à la sécurité sociale par le biais du formulaire S1106 envoyé par la poste à la CPM? C'est même comme ça qu'ils le font.
Bah oui, oui, bien sûr.
Yeah.
Bien sûr, complètement.
Ok.
Pour ceux qui sont concernés, en tout cas, oui.
Pour ceux qui sont concernés, oui, bien sûr, avec tous les justificatifs. Joindre les justificatifs, c'est important. Mais il n'y a pas de problème, bien sûr. Tout à fait.
Yes, of course. That's the way to ask for their social security number, yes.
Does the CPAM let you know if there are missing documents, or will they just wait until you end them?
En clair, est-ce que s'il y a un document ou des documents qui manquent dans leur dossier, est-ce que la CPAM attend que ce soit l'intéressé qui les appelle, ou est-ce qu'ils vont les contacter?
Non, il est contacté tout de suite. Non, il est contacté, on lui fait un courrier déjà pour lui expliquer ce qui manque comme document.
Parce que là, il dit que ça fait 2 mois et demi et qu'il n'a pas de réponse.
Il n'a pas de réponse, mais il était passé par la CPAM directement ou c'était par le biais du site?
Il les avait contactés pourquoi, surtout?
Oui, et par rapport. Donc du coup, après c'est un problème qu'on peut voir après.
Oui, je pense. C'est ça. C'est une situation spécifique.
Oui, voilà.
So,
tu peux lui dire qu'on
Andres, we'll see this later about your questions. Do we need to complete le titre de séjour procedure before starting the social security process, or we can start? So you told us that we can do everything in the meantime, just before, no?
Alors, est-ce que la question c'est est-ce qu'ils doivent d'abord attendre l'aboutissement total de la procédure de demande de titre de séjour pour commencer seulement après à faire les démarches liées à l'assurance maladie? Je pense pas.
Non, parce qu'à partir du moment où ils ont un visa étudiant, déjà, donc ils peuvent déjà faire les démarches.
C'est ça. Avant d'avoir le titre de séjour, ils ont le visa. Et le visa en lui-même a une certaine date de validité.
Voilà, c'est ça. Pour nous, c'est valable. Et il est venu pour faire ses études, donc il n'y a pas de souci là-dessus. Non, du tout.
Tu veux lui répondre ou
Vas-y.
OK. So to this last question, no, you don't have to complete the residence permit procedure totally. As I said, you have to initiate each procedure, at the same time, because even if you don't have your residence permit yet, you have a visa, and this visa is valid for a certain period of time. So it's totally valid for the health insurance services. Maybe at some point they will ask for your definitive residence permit, but it's perfectly okay to start with your visa.
Okay. A long question. My supervisor called, I think, the CPAM Lille Douai to make inquiry for me on submitting demande d'ouverture des droits à l'assurance maladie. And the receiver said that I can only submit if I have an appointment, but then making an appointment requires I go there physically to first get an appointment. J'ai pas tout compris.
Oh, ok. Donc si j'ai bien compris, donc par le biais de quelqu'un qui travaille dans son université,
Son superviseur,
son
donc
directeur supérieur, d'accord. Ok. En fait, il y a une demande d'affiliation qui a été transmise à la CPM de l'île d'Oué, c'est ça?
Oui.
Et la CPM de l'île d'Oué répond vous ne pouvez demander votre affiliation qu'en demandant un rendez-vous physique dans nos locaux. C'est ça?
Oui, c'est
Ouais.
ce que je comprends. Et comment faire dans cette période Covid?
Oui, comment. Oui, est-ce que c'est. Alors après, je pense que les rendez-vous ne sont pas interdits.
Non,
mais
les rendez-vous, il faut appeler le 3646. Le 3646, c'est le numéro de téléphone de l'assurance maladie et demander à avoir un rendez-vous. Donc forcément, si l'étudiant n'a pas encore de numéro définitif, donc forcément, parce qu'il entame les démarches, donc il n'y a pas de numéro et il ne peut pas avoir de compte Amélie, donc il ne peut pas faire de demande via le compte Amélie, on y est d'accord. Donc dans ce cas-là, si au niveau de la CPM de l'île d'Oué ne font les enregistrements que par rendez-vous, donc ils exigent le rendez-vous préalable, c'est leur organisation. Dans ce cas-là, ils peuvent demander le rendez-vous directement via le 3646.
Okay. So the answer is if you have just arrived in France and you are not known at all from the health insurance administration, then you can indeed ask for an appointment, and you can do this by dialing a special number, which is a 3646, so 3646. Okay, but it's not in English, I guess. But if you don't find anyone speaking English at the other end of the line, you know that you have your access officer.
Then we are going to talk about your access.
In a few minutes.
Yeah, I think now because it's
okay.
10 to noon and
okay.
Yes.
So it's.
We will reply to this.
Juste si ça vraiment ça pose problème, donc cette personne s'adresse à vous, après on peut voir ensemble et puis essayer de voir avec la CPM de l'île d'Oué ce qui ne va pas dans le dossier et faire en sorte que cette personne ait un rendez-vous le plus vite possible.
Okay.
On peut s'arranger déjà directement, de toute façon on se parle entre nous.
If you have any problems of this kind, just call us. We will cooperate and find out what is the problem and how we can solve it. Just 2 slides, no comments. I was just going to show them because I don't think many people will be concerned, even maybe no one. But if you are in the cases I'm going to show, just contact us after the PhD welcome event. For example, if you are a PhD student who has no French wage and you are not registered in a French higher education institution. And there are 2 cases. Either your country has signed a social security bilateral agreement with France or it has not. Okay, so I'm not going, due to the time constraint, I'm not going to expand on that. But if you are in one of these 2 cases, just contact us. Okay, no more time for questions and answers on this particular topic. So, yeah, we had to talk about supplemental health insurance just very quickly. It's really strongly advised to take supplemental health insurance because Social Security only refunds 70% of, in most cases. If you have very low income, there is a special scheme called complémentaire santé solidaire, but it depends on the level of your income. So maybe you are not eligible. You have to determine whether or not you are eligible. Besides this complémentaire santé solidaire, of course, you have institutions which provide supplemental health insurance. Just contact us if you want to have advice on this. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very, very much for this point about health insurance. We're going to change.
Okay, can you help me on this? Because I'm not familiar with the Mac.
Okay.
c'est intéressant.
Bah oui, je vais du coup, par la force des choses, je vais pas la faire longue. Okay, so are you ready for the next presentation, which will be a lot shorter, I guess? But as for the previous one, you will be able to ask questions after this presentation. So I'm going to present in broad lines what is Euraccess and Euraccess services. Okay, this is the plan. It's not too long. So what is Euraccess for those of you who don't already know? In fact, Euraccess is one European tool in this environment that we call the European Research Area. That's a very political thing. I'm not going to discuss that, but Euraccess is one tool that Europe uses to promote research in Europe. And it's a European and global network dedicated to facilitating the mobility of international researchers, guest scholars, and their families, of course. European and global. Why global? Because you have, of course, European centers, Euraccess centers in Europe, but you also have centers located on other continents. For example, in Asia, in America. I think the only continent which is not considered right now is Africa, but I'm sure that it will come very soon. So what is Euraccess all about? In fact, the idea of Euraccess is to help internationally mobile people, researchers, and their families in their settling and in their everyday life, right, in the host country. Why? Because the European Union wants to attract international researchers to the EU. So we want to facilitate your life. It's also a collection of resources and tools, especially on some web portals. There is the Euraccess Europe web portal, and then there are national web portals in each country. In France, Euraccess France is run by the Conférence des Présidents d'Université, which gathers, the presidents of the universities in France. And in France, Euraccess has associative status. I'm not going to linger on that because we have limited time. In France, you have a network of regional centers. Actually, I wrote 30, but it's more than 40 centers right now, so spread across the country, which means if you move from one region to another, you always find a Euraccess center which can help you. And the same, of course, is true if you move from France to another country in the EU. Okay, and in France, of course, we have our national web portal, so euraccess.fr, in which you will find many resources. So I invite you to go there and look for yourself. Which services? Who is concerned? Who is the target population? So as I said, the international researchers and scholars and their families, but also the hosting institutions, so the universities and laboratories, which welcome you in their very walls. And what is the services that we provide? So the range is really wide. So multiple aspects of your stay are covered, going from visa, residence permit, health insurance, as we saw earlier, opening a bank account, finding accommodation, also information on taxation, for those of you who have children, schooling, but there is also a whole area of our services on social and cultural events, and the big rising topic at the moment, which is career opportunities. So as you see, the range is really broad. You can ask us virtually any question about any aspect of your life here. The idea is for us to give you basic information, to explain how the French system works, to redirect you to the right people, the people who are competent to give you answers, and sometimes to provide you what we call assistance. It's more than giving you information. It's to help you, doing some procedures, or it can be a lot of things. It can be checking an application form that you want to send. It can be helping you finding accommodation, and it can be very time consuming, so it's a big thing. So that is called assistance, and if you need that, just do not hesitate to do so. And of course, the final aim of all this is to have you enjoy the best of stays in our region. Make sure that you don't have big worries when you arrive and when you live here. A few words about the current projects of the Lille-Hauts-de-France Euraccess Center. Two big projects. The first one is we are currently working on the creation of a regional web portal, Euraccess web portal. So you have the Euraccess Europe web portal, the Euraccess France web portal, and then there will be something that will surely be called Hauts-de-France web portal. So you will find a lot of information specific to our region. For example, regarding accommodation possibilities or such things. But the idea is to give specific regional information. Okay, so you can have access to a broad range of services. So the question is, how do I get access to all these wonderful services? Well, the first step that you have to take is to get registered. You have to make yourself known from us. The best way to do so is to get registered on the FNAC database. Okay, what is that? In fact, it's quite unique in the Euraccess network, as far as I know. In France, we have a database which is dedicated to foreign researchers. So basically, you fill in a form with basic information, and then it is validated at some point, and then you have a profile on this database. In order to have your profile validated, it's important we ask your contact person inside the hosting institution the confirmation that indeed you are welcome in the laboratory in the university. But that's the only confirmation we need, and it's very quick, very easy. It will take you no more than a few minutes, I think. And you may want to ask the question, but what is the use of this tool? Why should we register on a database? Well, there are two advantages. First, you give us information that we need to answer your needs, because for instance, when you ask us for help for accommodation, we need some information, basic information to process your request. It's just as simple as that. For example, your age can be quite important in regards to accommodation. The second benefit is that you will be kept updated on the evolution of the Euraccess services and all the events that we regularly organize. I also add that this database is, one, free. It's totally free of charge, of course, as are Euraccess services in general. And two, and it's very important, it is compliant with the European General Data Protection. So there is no worry to have about the security of your personal data. Okay, so you have the address here. You can also register in French, of course. There is a French version. And that's all. I think for your access, it's very broad terms, but...
so I can give your email to students if they want to contact you. Yes?
Completely, yeah.
Okay.
After the PhD welcome event, you will communicate my email address or even my phone number. We can arrange to have a phone appointment if you want. So yeah, no problem.
Okay, so I will send an email to all PhD students with your phone and email address. So I will send you also the list of the questions I have there. I copy and pasted them. Just, yes, a few words on Centre de langue.
Yes,
Yes. Center.
Okay. Okay.
So for European or foreign students, there is this center that exists. Can you tell us a few words?
Yeah, of course. Okay, just a very last, that was the point number 3 in the order of the presentations. A very quick word about the examination center. Well, it's an examination center specialized for French for foreigners exams. So, you will be concerned if you have already followed some French for foreigners courses, if you have reached a certain level. It doesn't have to be a very high level, but if you want at some point to get your level of French certified, then you have to take an exam. And so you have to contact this center asking to be registered for an examination on French for foreigners. So we actually have a colleague, Nermin Meyer, who is in charge of this service. So you have on your screen the web address on which you have to go. So this is the information section on this French for Foreigners Examination Center. You can see the title is DELF. DELF and DALF are diplomas. They are both diplomas that you can take just to ask for the certification of your level of French. These two diplomas are valid for life. Once you pass these examinations, the diplomas are valid your whole lifetime. And then there is a third one, which I think you can see. Okay, if I move the mouse, can they see it? Yeah, I guess so. Here, you have a third one called TCF. I'm going to say just a few words because I'm not a specialist, but I know that this particular, it's not a diploma, it's a test that you can take for example, professional reasons, and it's valid for 2 years only. So you need to know that. So if you are interested at some point about taking such an examination, you need to contact, you see at the end of the page, at the bottom of the page, you have this inscrivez-vous, register button. And also you have
Phone number.
all the contact information on the right side of this page.
Okay.
And that's it.
Thank you very much. So we are coming back in 2 or 3 minutes. We will have 3 students, PhD students, but old PhD students. They are in France from 1 or 2 years or more, and they will share their experience with you. So we are coming back in a few minutes. que j'ai.
Ah d'accord. Non, parce que vous avez aussi sur le masque
So we are back
le logo.
with 3 PhD students also. They are in second year,
Third year.
third year,
Final year.
final year. They will share their experience with us. So thank you for being here. I prepared some questions for you, but I guess, I hope that our PhD will have also questions on the chat. First question. What is the biggest difficulty you met when you arrived in France?
The housing.
Housing?
Yes.
Finding a house?
About the housing, yes.
An accommodation? Just before you, there was Philippe from Our Access.
Yes.
He can help for accommodation. Did you contact him when you arrived, or you?
No. Actually, I arrived a bit late than the others. I came in around March, February, March. So I did not have the chance to know all about all these procedures. So I had to make it by myself. And then I went directly to the cruise office, the international office of cruise, and they helped me to find housing. It took a little time, but within 1 month it was okay.
1 month. In
Yes.
France, it's a little time
Yeah, indeed.
for a procedure.
The other administrative procedures, we have little difficulties in applying for the health insurance at the beginning.
Yeah.
And it is also good that for me, I had some friends who sent the link of cruise for housing. So we can already pay €1 or something to register in cruise. And you can already find if there are availabilities in cruise residence for PhD students. And at the beginning, I stayed in Reflex for the international students. So it's possible.
So for the accommodation, you met the cruise?
For me, I had a link from previous student where I contacted through LinkedIn, and then they sent me a link to register in cruise, just to know if I can have the possibility or not to have an accommodation.
Which is why it's very essential to reach out to other students, people who've been here before us, because that's how also it helps me for housing and for all the administrative stuff.
So the biggest difficulty is housing.
Yeah, definitely.
But also it is very necessary to check out the page that is people living in Lille, or there are also lots of community people like Indians in Lille, I don't know, Chinese in Lille or Lebanon in Lille.
Maybe I should have, maybe I should have begun by this. Who are you? Where are you from?
Okay, so I'll start. My name is Shireen. I'm Lebanese. So I arrived to Lille last year to do a PhD in neuroscience at the Faculty of Medicine. And I've been in France before, but I'd never been to the north. So it was a very pleasant surprise. I only had heard that, it's cold weather, gray, and all the time. But then I found people are super welcoming and very warm. So it's been a nice experience, regardless of the sanitary crisis. So I haven't explored much, but I really like the city. And welcome to everyone. I think you're going to love it too.
And where are you from?
I'm from Lebanon, I said.
Okay,
Lebanese,
sorry.
Yeah.
Mohamed?
My name is Mohamed, a third-year PhD student. I come from Algeria. I came to France in 2018 for a PhD, and I came directly to Lille, like I said, but I had the chance to go around France, and indeed, the north of France is a really warm region. We meet very nice people.
Okay, do you agree?
So I'm Shiva. I'm from south of India, which is called as Tamil Nadu. So I came here and I'm going to finish my PhD during second week of December. So I'm working on physics, developing biosensors in IEMN. So when I came to North at the first beginning, I was in Paris for some internship work. And after in North, I think it's a wonderful city. It's a little cold, but also I think it's it is also one of the things that all of a sudden you feel lonely because you come here for PhD and you stay in an apartment alone and there are no friends, because when we come to PhD, it's become more professional and we try not to communicate with lots of people that you had before in your engineering school or whatever it is. So if you're feeling lonely, please do not stress up. It's normal.
Yes, very normal indeed.
Nobody's in collocation? You have?
No, I'm
No?
No.
Okay,
No.
because it's a possibility to find
Yeah.
collocation
Yes.
So that is
when it's
also
difficult.
I hear it helps, especially when people were on lockdown. So having someone else in the apartment helps, but we couldn't expect it. So,
Not at all.
but yeah, I think it's very difficult when you come to a new country or a new city. You have different traditions, different customs, so it's not always easy to adapt. But I think it's an amazing experience because that's how you learn new customs. That's how you meet new people. And I think it's important. So even if you feel lonely, the only way to deal with it is just to go out,
yeah.
do some
And meet people.
activities, meet people. And
Actually, the PhD welcome was a little bit late before I started the PhD. So during PhD welcome, it was possible for people to have different WhatsApp number or being a group. I know we went to a bar or a restaurant, and this PhD welcome helped a lot to find friends.
Yeah.
But it was late. I mean, 3 or 4 months later, the PhD welcome was there.
And
So
do not hesitate also to join some associations,
Yes,
PhD
programs.
associations like Consulid, like ALEA. This will help you a lot because you'll be with other PhD students and you'll know people from the north and even from other countries and from France as well.
Yeah, it's an advice. You were talking about network before we start?
I think it's very important. I know you heard this morning, that it's very important to create your own networking, especially in the field of study you're doing, because most of the time it's how you get to meet people that can eventually offer you professional or working opportunities. And I think it's very, very essential. For some people, it's hard to go to the others. So I think it's important to, for example, go to seminars, conferences, register for workshops. I think they talked about it this morning. There are many conferences, seminars, and every time you register, you get to meet the people who are talking, but also other people in the same field. So I think it's very important. There's also, I think it gets you the credits that you need, because I don't know if everyone knows that you need 60 credits to graduate with a PhD, and taking these seminars or formation, they give you these credits. So I think it's a win-win on both sides.
There are even winter and summer schools
Exactly.
for that.
Yeah, yeah.
And even if now everything is online due to the COVID-19 crisis, do not hesitate to participate in these events because it's very helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were talking about associations. There are associations of PhDs. So we are going to talk about Consulid just after, but it's a little bit more professional.
Yes.
There are school association with specific topics. I mean, in biology, for example.
Yeah. Exactly.
I don't know all. I know in humanities, sorry, they have also associations. And that was the goal also of PhD Welcome, to create the first links, to create a network.
Yeah.
We are doing this with a camera. Why not?
I heard that hopefully you will be able maybe to do a second one. So I think, you should take the opportunity to, like we did, because as he said, I also met a lot of people during last year's PhD Welcome. I still have their numbers. We still meet from time to time. So it's very important to build friendships.
But it will be slowly decreasing, you know, when the stress of your PhD starts from second year, your friends are, okay, we are busy.
Yeah.
But it is also good that I found one association in Paris where it's a scientific association. You can go to a bar, 4 or 5 weeks once. You have that, and someone will be presenting on your scientific topic, but it has to be in funny way. So you should not present very professional, telling that this is current, this is that, but you need to present in funny way. People will be joining, and it was really a good chance for even for people who do not understand chemistry or physics or biology. They will start, it's very well animated, and they started to speak each other, and this network becomes, and after they can find what they wanted to do in future. So this contact is very important if they wanted to do a further postdoc or, I don't know, some job if they wanted to find.
Yeah.
So this kind of association and this kind of idea of funny presentation, but telling the topic, you need to go to the people, but in a funny way, but not really a.
It looks like Mathès in 180 seconds contest.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that is
In a
you are
funny
stressed.
form.
Yeah,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
without
Very
stress.
cool.
You tell okay, what is fluorescence? How to explain fluorescence? Or someone is showing some light is glowing, and after it comes down, what is luminescence?
That's very
Everyone
interesting.
understood exactly.
Yeah.
So it's a funny way, but you have networking. I mean, people you can speak and make.
Yeah, and try doing it really in this first year, because as he said, like before
Starting?
before the start of the hectic
Yeah.
work, because as soon as you get into your second and third year, you really don't have time to
lot of
do
time
much else.
to.
So use this first year to really
Yeah.
like
Starting
Start
from the
making the
half of
network.
second year.
yeah.
We
And,
don't have
and
a lot of
also
time,
this
but-
is very important because in some labs they do some experiment, and in Lille there are different labs having different instruments, and we will be searching and spending lots of time. And if you know your friend, hey, do you have a spectroscopy? It's
Yeah.
just okay, let's do some.
So this can help also in your thesis.
Exactly,
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
helps. It helps a lot in thesis. So not without wasting time. You know.
Okay, so these are good advices. What surprised you the most when you arrived in France? The weather in the north of France? The cold weather?
Actually, it was better than I expected. Like there was a good
It was
summer,
better? Oh, yeah.
yeah. But no, yeah, it wasn't as bad as we'd heard. I don't know for you. You weren't used maybe to the cold that much.
For me, I was
being
surprised
in the
to have
sun.
a hacklet.
Oh,
The
okay.
first food, it was wonderful.
Yes.
It was very surprising to have cheese with potatoes. So it's a wonderful thing that everyone has to try in Lille. And the other thing is, I think for Asians, there is some, because in Asia there are lots of sun. And when they come to Lille, they lose some, I don't know, some kind of chemical that they have.
Vitamin
some,
D.
Yes, this I have heard from my friends. Lots of people just
Yeah.
tell that they have some vitamin D problem,
yeah.
efficiency. Yeah.
It's very common here in the
It's
north
very
because we
common
don't
here.
see the sun
So-
as much,
So
especially if you're stuck doing a PhD inside the lab.
yeah.
You don't see really the sun.
That's true.
And what is the life of a PhD student? You were talking about the first year. That your advice is to enjoy this first year, and then you have a lot of work in second and third year. What is your life?
So if we divide it into 3 years, I think that you will agree that during the first year we discover, we travel a lot, we will know a lot of people while traveling, and then the second year the serious work will start.
Yes.
So, and then for the third year you'll be always going and coming back to home and lab only.
Yeah, that's
Mostly,
just
it's mostly that.
Because in second year, it is also that you need to show what did you do in your first year, which is called as CST.
Yes.
You need to present what did you do in your first year. So,
I traveled.
yeah, but so it's also interesting. It's not completely travel, I would say. Rather, it should be kind of making some network in your profession. I mean, travel, but try to collaborate or to bring your work to others. So.
And for example, if you're in an international program or project like Siva and I are, we're working with Belgians, do not hesitate to go to your partner's lab in order to work with them, in order to get some experience from them and some advice as well.
Okay, I know that laboratories can pay for those travels, but you can have also mobility calls.
Yes.
From Mobilex, from University of Lille. There is from Région, from Doctoral College, from ICIT. There are many mobility calls that exist to travel.
Yeah, so make sure to look at the emails every time because there's a lot of opportunities, but sometimes you have to apply very early to be able to get them.
So for example, I have obtained Commu mobility, which I have traveled out of France to have a 3 months of, it's an exchange program.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So we can try to work with other people out of France. For this, you need an acceptance letter from them. I think the end date of ComU should be in May or April.
It will be now at the beginning of this year.
Ah, it's the beginning of this year.
We must talk about it.
Okay, so it's necessary to check online also.
Yeah. It's just like you said. It's important to check online what exists. If there are some events on the chat, they tell that it's very cold here in north of France, but I think she comes from Nigeria. That's why. Maybe that explains why it's cold. Did you see the movie Bienvenue chez les Ch'tis? Yes. And did you cry when you arrived here in north of France?
I think it's a recommended movie for people to watch.
Yeah. Incredibly
and
funny.
not alone, if they can, yes.
Yeah, with a ch'ti.
If we cry, no. Maybe we were sad because the weather was not really nice. But as I said, once you meet people from this region, honestly, you won't regret living here, and probably you will not want to leave this place.
Yeah.
You will cry when you leave.
Exactly.
Probably,
Exactly.
yes, probably.
That's true.
That's true. What is going to miss you if you live here in France or in north of France? Or?
I'm gonna say the food. The food, the wine, the
Food.
beer, which I didn't like before, but I guess coming to Lille, I had to start learning. But yeah, the food, going to nice little estaminet or, eating Welsh's and carbonate flamande, all this stuff.
Welsh.
I think.
Welsh,
Yeah, that's
discover the cheese here.
Exactly, because in Asia we don't have cheese like here.
Yeah.
We have cheese, but it's different. But this is wonderful. The culture of cheese, it happens here, so it has to be tried. Everyone has to try this Welsh, as she suggested, and also this raclette.
raclette, yeah.
Normally in our group we do some every year. Once we can have a small group of raclette party or so something.
Yeah, at the end of fall, like mid-fall, it's the first raclette
Yeah,
with all the
exactly.
friends or colleagues. We all do it, but yeah, this year was a bit harder. We did it on Zoom.
Yes.
Yeah.
So everyone had a tiny raclette in their corner. But yeah, it's very important to
I hope we can share this food as the next step.
Yes, we hope so.
Yeah, when we meet all together. I have a question from Sundar. Hi Shiva.
Hi.
Another PhD student from Tamil Nadu, South India. Hi to the two people also. How did you manage to manage your formations from all modules? I am totally lost seeing the table.
So formations, you have to always, before we had some other website for, it was doctoral school website where we need to find Formadoc.
Now it's Adum.
Now it's Adum. So in Adum, there is a catalog where the formations are listed according to the time. So for this, the first thing you need to check is the calendar and the formations that are open. Some formations, they would have mentioned the time which day they are opening. So it is necessary to be online to check which day they are opening, because there are lots of students who book for example, the formations, they can take only maximum persons, for example.
Yeah, there are limits. So yeah,
there are limits.
Yeah.
So they need to be always focused on which date they are opening, and you can try to open it by 12 noon, in the midnight 12, and try to book your name. And after, you will receive an email from the course supervisor. Then you need to have 60 credits.
Okay, but I think she meant that, I don't know if it's male or female. How did you manage to, how did you choose in that catalog?
The first thing, what I have chosen is French language, which is very important for us, because to know French, and also even in French course, I found different people, international people, to speak and communicate. And the second is, we can choose there are some courses based on how to write your thesis first thing. So this can be chosen. So for this, everyone can go. It's not dependent on what you study. And second thing is there are also teaching on latex, how to write your thesis in using latex, and different courses. There are different courses which are common for all the PhD courses, I think.
Some are related to the field of study.
Exactly.
So you can choose these if you really need them for your PhD. Otherwise, you can choose some other professional that can enable you to get a job just after the PhD, which is fairly related to your field, but which is not in research.
Yeah, it really depends on your future projects, I think.
Exactly.
For example, if you want to go into industry, there's a lot of formation like entrepreneurship or stuff like this you can take maybe in the third year, which helps you create your own startup. If you want to go into academia, you have, for example, how to teach teaching courses. So they teach you how to teach.
Yes.
And also, yes, I mainly choose things in my field, as I said, seminars, conferences for people working in my field, because that helps me build my network, my professional network.
And please do not worry also if the courses are in French. So most of the seminars that entrepreneurship was in completely French, but it's not very difficult to understand because in slides some people do in English.
Yeah.
So I think it's that's the reason you need to take the first course French. So you will have a little bit understanding of French, and after, because 60 credits are necessary for the for your thesis to defend your thesis, and in your second year of CST, you should have already finished 30 credits. I think at least 30 credits. So this has to be because at the end of your third year, if you do not have credits, because of this, you would be having some problems in your defense.
Yes.
And do not hesitate also to apply for oral expressions formations in order to get fluent, to be fluent in English or either French for the presentations of your slides during your PhD defense, or even for seminars, as she said.
Yeah, it really helps. There are also some courses, I think, about Zotero.
Yeah,
So
Zotero.
how to find your references, so that will help you writing your thesis. So there are really basic formations that are very important, and then you choose whatever you like.
There was also some course that we attended, Orchid, how to create your Orchid ID.
Oh,
for
that sounds
Orchid,
nice.
yes.
I didn't know.
Yes, how to diffuse your data and your research through the network.
Okay, and about credits, in order to obtain the credits, can we do other ones beyond the catalog?
Yes.
Especially now.
Definitely.
So it's possible to get credits.
Yes.
Doctoral schools also have trainings. You meant French.
Yes.
Maybe it's with doctoral schools.
It's with doctoral school, yes.
Yeah, it's doctoral schools that propose that training.
Yes.
Okay, it's not doctoral college. We have trainings, but just like explained Kamal in the morning, it's for all doctoral schools. So there are transversal trainings.
For example, we applied for a summer school with SIVA, and for that we got 20 credits. So to get that credits, you just have to get the attestation of participation, and then you just upload it in your Adium account, and you wait just for a few days in order to be accepted. Yes.
Also, the poster presentations it also has credits. If you make a poster presentation during some conference, you could try to have a attestation or certificate telling that you presented here and how many hours you spent. Because the credits are depending on the hours that you spent. So it is necessary to have the certificate and upload on the Adum. So you would have a credit on.
Yeah, so whenever you go to conferences, even internationals, you can just send a letter to say that you participated in this, and then they will give you some credits to that too. So
okay, so they need to go to Adum. They have the choice with doctoral college trainings, and then they can add their own trainings.
Own trainings.
Yeah.
They add them on Adum, and then they will have credits
Yes.
with
Exactly.
an attending form.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
It depends on the number of hours.
Yes.
Exactly.
20 credits for what?
20 credits for 1 week of seminar and poster presentation. So we participated for 24 hours in the total, and we got from that 20 credits, because the maximum that we can get for one formation is 20.
So it's a summer school.
Yes.
Summer school, okay. It's the question from the chat. It was summer school, yeah. They replied also. Okay, do you have something to add? Because our time is already ended.
Do not hesitate to create your LinkedIn and ResearchGate page. This will be very helpful for your career later, because many opportunities will be proposed on these platforms, and even recruiters will look for you.
And also there is an opportunity if PhD students want to do a part-time job. So they are allowed to do 64 hours. For example, I was giving a course in Experium, which is in the bibliothèque of university. So in Experium, the industrial people can come and you try to explain your project in simple way. So this is also a part-time job you have. And also I was also teaching in a university. It's Institute Université Technology. So if they really wanted, there are opportunities, but we need to wait for the email and also to get the position.
And you have to check also with your supervisor, because it depends also on your contract exactly. There are some contracts that do not allow the student to do these tasks.
Yeah, maybe finally don't forget to breathe. I know PhD
Yeah.
is not a walk in the park. So try to do some activities, I don't know, sports, go out, because we really need to breathe. And taking on a project for 3 years, it goes home with you. So sometimes you can't just let go. And I think it's very important. I'm still learning to do that.
Yes, just chill out.
Yeah, so try to rest as much as you can and just breathe, do some sports.
Okay, thank you very much. I will let you now. And we are going to welcome Consulid to build a network, to build an experience with companies. Maybe you know already Consulid?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
I already.
Good communication.
Yeah. They're doing great job.
Yeah. And you are very involved in
I
PhD
applied 1 month ago, but I knew about it since June.
Okay.
So I didn't have the opportunity to get involved yet, but
I hope it will come.
I hope too. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I see you soon. Maybe may I give your contact if some students want?
Sure.
Yes, sure.
Yes. Okay.
Sure.
So I keep your email address if I have any questions.
Yeah.
I will send your email address.
Together we
Without
welcome
any
all
problem.
the new PhD students very happily in Lille.
With raclette.
With raclette, Welsh.
Enjoy it as much as you can.
And wine.
And carbonate flamande.
Right. So we are coming in a few minutes to talk about Consulid, 2 or 3 minutes. I see you soon. Hello, we are now with Consulid, Marine and Aziz. They are going to talk about Consulid. They are the last two speakers for this morning, and welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is Consulid?
Yeah.
So, Consulid, first, hello everybody. Here is Aziz, the secretary of Consulid, and I'm Marine, the current president of Consulid. So, what is Consulid? First, we wanted to talk about numbers. So, as you may know, in 2018, there was 14,000 PhD students who were graduated. And even if you're in first year and all of you may want to do their career in academic research, as you can see on the graph, the reality is a bit different. As you can see here, only 50% of PhD students pursue their career in academic research, and about 40% are doing their career in the private field. So that's why Consulid is here. So what is Consulid again? As a PhD student, you have many skills and qualities that you may not know yet, like autonomy. You have an expertise in a precise field. You know how to communicate. You know team working. You're precise, and generally you know how to manage a project. And all those skills enterprises are looking for those skills. So they can ask you for consulting, so you can give advice to enterprises who are looking for precision or who are trying to build a project. And you are what we can call an advisor. So people like you can give the professional or an expertise or advice to an enterprise in different fields such as business methods, human resources, healthcare, etc. So those are Consulid's goals. So Consulid is here to help you to discover the private field, to highlight the PhD students' potential to enterprises, and to make PhD students think about their occupational integration, because there is no 100% of you that will continue in academic research. So it's already time to think about your future career now. So you can do mission or expertises in many fields, such as the technological watch, audit and consulting. You can do feasibility studies, or you can train some people in specific technique. So, Aziz, if you want to explain how mission is going on.
Okay. Thank you, Marine. So now you know what is Consulid. So now I'm going to present how a mission takes place. So the mission takes place in 4 steps. First of all, you have a meeting with the client to better understand his needs. And then Consulid did a financial proposal to the client. From there, if the client accepts this proposal, we can start the second step to create properly the project. During this step, we form the project team and we make the recruitment of a PhD student. During this step, we develop the methodology to execute the mission. And in the third step, we have the execution of the mission, where the PhD execute the mission properly under the supervision of the project manager. And during this step, the client, the consumer also, can have a look at the progress of the project. And finally, at the end, when all of task is performing by the PhD student, they present the result to the consumer. And all documents afterward are sent to the client, and the PhD student can be paid if all of task is finished. So that is the all 4 steps, what the mission can be done. The field of interest. Consulid is interested by several fields, such as food and medicine, smart cities, including also smart transportation system with sustainable cities, and digital technologies which open up new horizons. Consulid can count on a wide diversity of PhD student profiles to execute their consulting mission. In fact, there are around 2,000 PhD students at University of Lille. So we think we are be sure to find the competent PhD student to execute our consulting mission. And currently, Consulid count around 40 PhD students as members. The new Consulid team. The new Consulid team is composed by 5 members, including one boy, so me, so lucky. In the management pool, you have the president, Marines, the treasurer, Charlotte, and the secretary general, me, Aziz. In the com and event pool, you have Ludivine and Mary. Consulid also animates a couple of activities, such as webinar with, for example, ConsulLive, where we invite an actor of private files to share his experience with a PhD student. So during this webinar, PhD students have the possibility to ask this professional about the specification that they want to know and what they want to do after the thesis. You have also the training on consulting and management, and we have work after works where PhD students can meet other colleagues to discuss and enjoy themselves. For example, they can create a network, and it is very important for them to be, as I can say, more happy during the thesis, and so more. For example, we would like to organize this year the trips to travel to a PhD career fair, but unfortunately, this event has been in digital format. So maybe next year, we hope. We hope that. So, so I think for the PhD student, by joining Consulid, you will have the possibilities to gain professional experience, to apply your theoretical knowledge in the specific fields. So you will be also as close as possible to the private fields, and you will be have the possibilities to develop your professional network to continue your career later. And all of things will be done in a group, an association that you will be you will contribute to grow. And that is the next step. So to finish, I will let my president to conclude the presentation, and maybe if you have a question, we can discuss later. Thank you.
So we have heard many excuses because we know you all are in first year, and you're all thinking that the thesis is just starting. But with Aziz, we can say that time flies, and even more when we are doing a PhD. So the excuses like I don't have enough time, or I'm afraid to perform a mission, or it's my first year thesis, I have time to think about my career. We don't want to hurt them. You have to think about your professional career right now. It's important. Trust us.
Yes.
So if you want to join us, it's simple. You have to be a PhD student at the University of Lille. You have to follow one course, which is called Métier du Conseil, that you can find on ADUM, and contact us. You can find us on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. And please, if you have any question, don't hesitate to contact us at our email address, or here if you have some question already. So thank you.
Thank you. On the chat, I don't have any questions, but I do have some.
Yes.
How long does a mission last?
It depends on the mission, but we don't want to frighten students, so you will have enough time to do the mission and to do your thesis, because if you have a mission which is during 1 week, you will not have to do the mission on 1 week straight, but you will have the possibility to do one journey in a week, one day in a week, or 2 days in 3 weeks. Yeah, you can extend the duration time for the mission.
Okay, it's not a complete month. No. It's not a complete week.
No.
It's maybe 5-10 days.
Yeah. 5-10 days during
months.
3 months.
Yeah. 3 months.
Yes.
And is it paid? PhDs are paid for this?
Yes, they are paid. That's the cool part of the job.
Yes.
Yes, they are paid.
Yes, if the job is done, yes, they will pay for that.
So it's the interesting part. You're learning more about the private field, and you can be paid for your job.
Yeah, you will got money.
So your advice is to follow the course Métier du Conseil.
Yes.
It will help to do this. We have also challenge doc that can be helpful.
Yes.
To do those missions. Or Doctoral. These are missions in companies. I lost my questions. Is there something else that you can do? Maybe you can give advice when you have new students or when you are contacted?
Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know what you mean.
You can be in charge also of a mission.
Yes.
You help if PhD is not sure of his replies, what he is giving.
Yes, if a PhD is doing a mission, we will be there to help him if he has any question or if he has any interrogation or something like that. So don't worry, if you applied in Consulid, we will be there for you.
So they are not only training, they are also you that can help. A question here. Who are you?
Me? As a person?
You and Aziz, you are PhDs too?
Yes.
Yes.
Where and in which year?
Yes, in my 3rd years of thesis. I come from EMT Lille Douai. I'm working on modelization and simulation of mobility, especially on the intermodality. Yeah, I'm interested about the behavior, the intermodal behavior of the peoples. So I'm trying to modelize it by using multi-agent system approach. So I am new in Consulid. I am also interested by Consulid because I would like to follow later in the industry. Yeah, I would like to do the consulting, to apply my knowledge in the private fields. So that's why I joined Consulid.
Okay, you are building your own experience.
Yes.
And you're in 3rd year.
Yes, I'm 3rd year.
Marine.
So I'm Marine. I'm a PhD student in 3rd year too, and I'm working on Alzheimer's disease. I'm working on Alzheimer's disease. So here I am. I'm not sure I want to pursue in academic research, so that's why I'm here, because I want to build a network and learn more about enterprises before the end of my PhD.
Okay, and you are two scientists?
Yes.
But are there missions for SHS, for humanities, for social profiles?
Yes, for example, I met StarDoc last year, or in February, I think, and I met an enterprises which was looking for 2 PhD students in SHS. So the mission is ongoing. So yes, even if you have no skills in scientific field, you can do a missions with psychology or sociology. It's totally possible.
Okay. What is the email of Consulid how can they contact you? You told us about social networks,
Yes.
about website.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there an email?
Yes. Just at the top of the.
Oh yes.
This here, the contact.
Is it possible to share? Yes, we cannot see it on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's consulid@univ-lille.fr.
It's on the chat.
Okay.
Cool.
Fine.
Do not hesitate if you have any questions. We will be happy to answer.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming, for presenting
Thank you.
Consulid.
Thank you too.
Thank you to inviting me to invite us.
Yes.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
So this morning is over. It's a little bit. I'm a little bit late. A little bit, yes. I had a question about those videos. Are they going to be online? Yes, they are recorded at the moment, and as soon as they are ready, we are going to put them here on the channel YouTube, which is Collège Doctoral Lille Nord de France, where you are at the moment. So you can see those videos in, I hope, a few days. Thank you very much to everybody. If you have any questions, you have my email. You can contact me and I will send you an email very soon to give you the contacts of the persons that spoke today. Have a nice day. Bye.